Okay, and we're back. Got another drawing stream today. Another one of these. So, hopefully, we'll see what we do today. I do want to start adding some of the other background pieces. This is what we got done last time. Hopefully, something I want to do today is I do want to start working on Big Man, the big poster in the back. But we'll see if we get to that. Unfortunately, we're going to start. I spent some time off stream thinking about the wood texture again. And I want to try a few things to see if I can't add a little bit more depth. Because it looks a little flat right now. So, I want to see if I can't improve that a little bit. Let me get my puck. Where is it? There we are. What do I like more? I like the second one more. I think the second one will be better for giving the impression of wood grain. So, we're gonna give this a shot. Use some of these boards down here. See how this looks. No, I don't like that at all. Maybe. Try with this strategy. This will be more typical to what I normally do. Make things a little smaller. Thing is, I'm using a leveler here, but these lines don't actually need to be relieved. Having them be just a little off implies a degree of human imperfection that I want. Okay, that I like. That I like. I had a mind to... Oh, when did I do that? I had a mind. I wanted to try the darkness around the edges and the light in the center, but it looks like the darkness around the edges might just be a better look. Then we could try adding some... Maybe adding some light later. Once we get the windows. Darn it. This happens sometimes. Kind of the problem with using a universal stylus. Sometimes Sometimes it gets confused with the commands. It doesn't know what it wants. Or what you want. Won't be the last layer we do either. I don't think anyway. Increase the stabilizer. Lately, as I've been moving through my book, I've been trying to experiment with different brushes. And this is a brush I've fallen in love with, because of course, a lot of my book is trying to go for a little bit of a manga feel. And so I spent a lot of time looking through the brushes I had available to me, looking for what felt the most manga-like. I eventually settled on the ink brush that I use for basically everything. But I like this one for coloring and shading. Because it gives the same sense as a lot of manga, where a lot of times shading is just a collection of lines or dots. Also good in circumstances like these, because it gives a little bit of texture. We'll do this. Once we get it to satisfaction, we'll paint over some of the layers we did last time with our new freshly shaded wood. And then I'm kind of torn. We'll see how much time I have. Depending on my mood, I may even come back and do some more of this later tonight. I know I've said this on some of the other streams. Kind of ahead on a lot of my work. And now that the fatigue that I've been dealing with has been dealt with, a lot more energy to do stuff like this. It seems a little dark there, but that might be fixed once I add shading around it. Today, if we get there, I'll probably throw in a Persona 5 playlist too. On top of this. I have a lot of complaints about Persona 5, but music's a banger. Ironically, even though I like jazz, I kind of prefer Persona 3 and Persona 4. And that's probably just me liking the game more. Probably for the best that I didn't try to add the white light splotches. Only because would have made it too glossy. This isn't hardwood, you know. This is shipwood. This is the kind of thing Christopher Columbus had under his feet. Untreated, all natural. I can't texture it like it's metal or skin or anything. Of course, that's noob. I mentioned this last time. I'd be curious to know how someone who's more experienced than I am feels watching this. I'm like a baby bird, been pushed out of the nest and needs to learn to fly on his own. If we're lucky, I want to get working on that wanted poster sooner rather than later. I do want to respect the order of operations, and probably the human characters will need to be handled last. At least for the most part. Just because they'll need to be fit within the scene. So the scene needs to exist before they can be fit in it. But I also don't want to be drawing wood grain forever and ever. So, where I can, I want to try and flesh things out to make it a bit more interesting. This last time, of course, I did the sketch, and that was interesting, and then I just drew wood grain for 3 hours. Which it needs to be done, but also, to quote a comment from last stream, it's only slightly better than watching paint dry. And that's especially true because I didn't realize until afterwards that huge swath, like an hour of the stream, the screen was frozen. Obviously stinks. Something I miss about my old drawing software is that when you use the ruler tool, it covered the whole canvas in parallel lines. And you could draw on any of them, not just the main ruler you set up. So it made it a whole lot easier to make parallel lines on opposite sides of the canvas. Can't do that with the software. Low-key stinks. These lines don't have to be even. Untreated, so these aren't flat planks. We're gonna have little lumps. Tiny imperfection. Not just totally flat. Worth a shot. Maybe I have to think about it. I'm just trying to think of ways to add more depth. But this might be the most I can do, which granted is pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it so far. Probably what I'll do, add a second layer. Sorry, checking some. I have some new chat bots set up, so keeping an eye on the time to make sure they go off like they're supposed to. I already clipped last stream, so really I only have, if I wanted to edit, I'd only have 2 things. Well, ostensibly 2 things. I do have some tiny little clips. Oh. What are these? These aren't supposed to be here. Fix that. Well, I guess in fairness, this section of the board is probably going to be off. So not that big of a deal, but just in case. Come on. No. Did it again. Not trying to use the dropper tool, dang it. Do create another layer for this one too. This one we're gonna need a stabilizer way up. What? I want to cover this line as much. This, I'm just gonna use the stable. I had to remember I had to remember who I was. I had to remember where I. After this, I might experiment with a little bit of lighting, but I don't, not for long. In my mind, I kind of tried that already, and it didn't really work. But I wonder how it would look now that I've added the depth around the edges here. Yeah, I've started experimenting with. Nowadays, if I'm doing, well, not shading necessarily. I think this is the first time I've done this for shading. But oftentimes when I'm coloring or shading, I'll use either this pastel tool or the pencil tool. I wonder if this would be good for cloth too. I'm gonna lay it on pretty thick. Yeah, it's a subtle difference, but it looks so much better. Maybe it doesn't look so much better, but it looks better, if nothing else. That's something. I'm gonna turn down the opacity way down. If I just use this way up and just go like that. I think the issue is I'm trying to make it look like... Is the texture the problem? I'm making floor? Yeah, I'm making a floor. So, I don't know if you saw it at the start of stream or not. Technically, we made all this last time. Where is it? Oh, that's right, I just have to... Boop, 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 boop. So this is what we did last time. It looks fine to me. I'm glad. So we kind of technically did it last stream too. But I wanted to add some shading. And so I'm currently trying to add some depth. And so I was wondering if I should try to add some light glare there, but it just looks like white powder is the problem. I did just the regular brush, maybe. Roof and walls look like floors, yeah. Well, it is the same. That would be why. Okay, that's not so bad. Yeah, I did just reuse the same texture for the walls and the floor. The walls and the ceiling. I figured if I was... does this go to the RimWorld game? No. What I'm doing is... so... as per the title, I play D&D with my friends. I write D&D books too, but what I wanted to do is for our bachelor, as a gift for my bachelor's, for my wedding next year, I wanted to make a poster, basically, of their D&D characters. Originally, I was going to commission one, but then I was like, wait, I can just make it myself. And so that's what I'm trying to do here. So this is kind of, what would you say, the storyboard here for what the characters, what they'll be doing. And so yeah. This will be a gift for them. Yeah. Yeah, this looks a lot better than... I wanted to add the texture. And maybe I could go back and do some. Experiment with that. I bought 33 ties for €15. Awesome. I'm glad. Yes. Thrifting goes hard. It does. It does. Jeez, I'm thinking back now to was it just called Thrift Shop? Or the I wear your granddad's clothes. I look incredible. Oh, a thrift shop down the road. Whatever that song was. No list of pop music. I got a coat for €30 and a suit jacket for €30, including delivery. Nice. Very nice. Yes, I did. Debating whether it looks better, but I think it does look better. One white shirt for €7 and 20. 3 for a more formal white shirt. You have a function coming up, or are you just buying it to buy it? Like the dress shirt and things. For church. Oh. That counts as a function. Very nice. Yeah, I've been thinking myself I should probably start dressing up a little nicer. I think a thrift shop is definitely good for that kind of thing. Especially if, like you or me, if you're going every day. You know, you can't wear the same clothes every day. So typically when I go, it's more of what I wear is more business casual. The darker floors stand out now. Let's try to go every day. I'm gonna wear a tie from now on, whenever wearing a shirt. That's very nice. That's a good thing to do. Yeah, especially with this piece because it's for my friends. I'm holding myself to a pretty high standard. I haven't. This is the most. I'm not an artist, really. This is the most ambitious single project I've done. So, I'm doing a lot of experimental things to try and see what I can't do. Make things look better. Recommend looking at real-world examples? Yeah. That's one of the number one, it's not the number one rule maybe, but one of the primary rules of art. Never draw without references. But I've said last stream, because it's a pirate D&D campaign, I've had to draw so much wood grain. So much. So I've gotten better at it, certainly. What is the floor made of? It's wood. Untreated. I don't have a specific kind of wood in mind. I don't think it needs to be... Especially because, you know, it's a pirate ship. It's gone through a lot of repairs. And so, part of the reason that they're different colors, I think, is... Yes, because there's a natural randomness. Even if everything is from the same tree, that doesn't mean it's going to be the same color. But also, I think that through repairs and repairs and repairs, probably different kinds of wood would be mixed in. Age of Sail decks were made from fine or fur planking. Lower decks from fur or deal. Yeah, so this, I guess, would be fur. But it's also a fantasy world, so I'm not... Realistically, you're probably right, but also I've already spent... What? Like 4 or 5 hours making the floor. Pine fur or deal mixed in. Deck seams were caulked with oakum and pine tar. Fastenings were wooden tree nails and iron spikes, depending on the nation or period. Yeah. And so those are definitely things I wanted to work in. In fact, that's a good reminder. Is one of my notes for myself. Sorry for being a jerk. I'm huge on history and see everything through the lens of history. I don't take it as being a jerk. If anything, I can appreciate the attention to detail. Those are things you don't necessarily think about. But also, it's a funny, goofy, anime-adjacent fantasy world. So precise realism is not the goal so much as just looking good. That actually is something I want to look up. I'll look up a reference real quick. Inside of a 15th century ship. My deck is quite light. Here, do I still have a reference? Let me see if I can... Oh, here's a cabin of a ship. Okay, I don't quite see any. I don't see any nails or anything. Yeah, but again, this comes into, Here, hold on. Going to cut the footage for a second. The line interior. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. But, like, to give you a reference, here it is. Warship of the line is much larger than pirates could ever have gotten the merchant's hands on. They're made from the same materials. But to give you a reference, like, this is their ship. This Neapolitan this Neapolitan nightmare is their ship. So this is what I'm talking about when I say we're not really going for realism per se. I'm not trying to draw a ship as much as I am trying to draw this ship specifically. which is obviously not very realistic. Not too far from reality. Well, I'm glad you say so. But this is what I mean, like with the colors and things. Like this here is the room specifically that it's all set in. You got the upper deck color correct. Thank you. I definitely, like, if I ever did a more hardcore campaign, I would, or a campaign that was set in the setting that this is from, further in the past, those are things I would keep in mind. But the deck is designed the way it is to look like chocolate. Where are the anchors? Geez, that's a question I've not thought about, honestly. On this ship? I mean, yeah, I have no idea. I think I assume it would be around here on the upper deck. I forget the name of the design now. I think it's a brigantine. But you can see there's an upper floor here. That goes up where there's more cannons. I have other maps of this, but this is just the one I have on hand. Anchors are normally in the front. Gotcha. I have seen that, so I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I have seen that before. You're right. It's not something I ever thought about, but I have seen that. This looks like a bark to me. Might be. Because I also, well, I remember when I was making this, bark is probably the closest correct term. I wonder if I can really quickly find the map of the whole ship. Might need to open up a separate drawing app. Oh, I can also just open up the book, I guess. Probably easier. Or might be. I feel so blessed to have found at least close to ship. Sorry, I'm laughing. found the map, but I don't. I know. I laugh because it's in my head. Oh, I'm not making fun of you at all. It's just in my head. I'm just thinking of myself like, oh, it's like quickly change the topic of conversation. I'm not making fun of you at all. I just find it funny. It's you know so much about ships, and I promise I find it fascinating, but it's also wasted on this project. Because unfortunately realism is not the goal. But I guess if you're curious, I suppose. Like, this is the map of the whole ship. Best fantasy is based in reality. I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. But also, this is a One Piece inspired campaign, so it's already derivative. We're basically 2 steps removed from reality at this point. How can I replace the Twitch robot faces with actual emoticons? I don't think you can. It's not too far. Well, I'm glad, because I did do research. I did do research on the layouts of ships, what a ship would need. But I kind of left the details around the edges a little fuzzy. So it would be more accurate than if someone who knew nothing about ships just sat down and started drawing one. But I did a good bit of research on it, but it's also not 100% realistic. Only thing missing is the anchor and the masts. Well, the masts, the reason you don't see the masts is because these also function as battle maps. So if you saw the masts, it would cover up the whole map and you wouldn't be able to see anything. But if you see that red thing on the top there, that's one of the masts. And the other 2 masts are above the quarterdeck. So that's why you don't see them. They would just cover up the whole map. Which would defeat the point of the map. Yeah. In the future, I might do something like that because I know I have a few ideas for campaigns, and one of them is the premise is Vikings. But it wouldn't be actual Vikings, quote unquote. It would just be sailing, but in cold weather. And I plan for that to be more of a hardcore type of campaign, and so that one would be a lot more realistic in terms of what you can and can't have on a ship, what is reasonable for the time period, etc. For this one, it's just more goofy fun. Does she have cannons? Yes. She has 8 cannons, 4 on the top deck, and then 4 on the gun deck. Or, she used to. Some of those cannons have been stolen recently. So she's an early 1500s warship. Essentially, it's a pirate campaign, so she has to have her guns. Gotta have guns. I think 4 probably looks best. But yeah, the technology level of the campaign is very fluid, because the technology level in the source material is very fluid, but the idea would be more generally like 17th century. But then occasionally, like, modern amenities and things thrown in here or there somewhat randomly. There are locations in the settings that are approaching the Industrial Revolution. There are locations in the setting that are in an Industrial Revolution. There are areas in the setting that have passed it. And so there's a lot of weird cultural overlaps. We're gonna do something weird here. Create duplicates of all of this. Merge. Merge. There we go. 8 gun suggests sloop. Sloop was the most common typical pirate ship. That's probably the most accurate. It's probably, I think it's bigger than a sloop. In terms of its size. But it's not a heavily gunned ship. It could definitely afford to have more, but to put it another way, the reason it has 8 cannons is because 8 cannons is how much they could afford. They couldn't afford to buy more. They got hit by ye old pirate inflation. So she's a brigantine? I think so. A brigantine was more or less what I used as a model. I don't know if this helps. So, keep in mind, I'm applying these terms very loosely, because my goal in this was game design, not accuracy. And clarity. So if this helps, this was the categorization system I made for the sake of the game, because this is literally shipbuilding rules. So based on this diagram here, the ship, the Sunday Driver, is a level 2 brigantine. And I think, if I remember correctly, the exact dimensions is that she's 90 feet from bow to stern. I believe that's right, 90 feet from bow to stern and 40 foot at the longest point from, why am I blanking? From port to starboard at the widest point. So she's clearly a brigantine. I'm glad you think so. Now made brigantine specification, 90 feet, 20-foot draft, 11 feet. Yeah, I guess so. The thing is, I did research on all of this, but this was years ago. I do not retain all of it. But I believe I did have a brigantine in mind. There we go. Yeah, that looks better. Good news is that once all these walls get decorated, they won't look nearly so similar. Oh wait, that was a mistake. Separate layers are your friend. lot of... Decks were heavy pine for planks, generally left in a natural wood tone. Developed a pale, worn, slightly grayed appearance. Bulkheads were usually thinner. Smoother pine deal boards, often whitewash, or painted in light colors, brighten the very dim interior. The vertical surfaces were lighter and cleaner looking than the decks. Try to... Well, there's a number of things I could do. For one, I can up the brightness. Oh, wait, that's... How did that happen? But... Up the contrast, too. Maybe opacity? I see what's happened there. And I need to fix that anyway. I need to get rid of... It was this layer down here. They look too similar. There we go. That's better. Yeah, I could try and edit some of the contrast to make things a little brighter, a little cleaner. The only thing I'm wary of, and I said this last time too, the only thing I'm wary of is that there's a lot of browns in this drawing generally. Deck blank strength 4 and aft wide, thick boards. Alright. Stream mode spot finally worked. I think I'm just trying to picture in my mind what you said. Bulkhead planks were much narrower, I see. So what you're saying is I should make the the planks on the wall smaller. I'm assuming the doors mean that the doors are for... The rooms right and left are fore and aft facing. Okay, and that's an easy fix. Because I already... Why we saved this. So we can always get an... So I enlarged it anyway, so just making it smaller again is not a problem. Lagging. There we are. Trying to keep in mind that they're all going warped up. See, that looks better in terms of size. Sorry. In simpler terms, the deck's planks run back to the ship's front. It's much better? Thank you. I appreciate your help. I was not expecting to have a co-pilot on this. But I appreciate it. But, yeah, with the ship's map, how do I draw this? That way is the stern, and this way is the bow. That helps. Deck planks are generally longer, the planks need bulkhead. Meters depending on side. Yeah, I could try. Direction is correct. Awesome. So are you trying to say you want me to try and make the floor planks bigger? I can try. Try. Bulkheads were 2 to 3 meters. Well, let me think. The proportions in this room aren't going to be exactly right. Bit of a train frame, so you didn't need long timbers. Bulkheads typically ran vertical planks. I could try to do that. The reason why I hesitate to do that is actually just a purely aesthetic one. Just because I guess I can show. It's a purely aesthetic one. If I do that, what I don't want is I don't want it seeming I don't right, so I'm just comparing. Something else I could do, if we want to make it smaller. So for reference, I think I wrote it down somewhere. Oh, here it is. It's still visible technically. But this wall here, floor to ceiling, is about 9 feet. So 3 meters, I guess. Walls on the west side, part of the hull planking, not separate interior walls. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. So the sides would remain as they are, but the back wall specifically would be vertical. What I'm hearing. But technically, if it's 9 feet tall, then 2 to 3 meters is correct in terms of the sizing of the back wall. Where the doors are would be thin vertical planks. Thin would be an issue. Could just do some. I guess the back wall I could. Wall planking ran horizontal. Sorry, I'm trying to consolidate all the information. So it's not gonna be oak. That's just more of a that's what I'm drawing kind of thing. It's I can change the saturation to make it slightly richer or paler, but these are the colors of the location, even if it's not historically accurate. So what I'm trying to think is, what I'm hearing from you, and I might be misinterpreting this, is that the floorboards were long and thin. Pole boards were wide but short. And that the bulkheads were thin and short. That's what I'm hearing. Is that correct, or am I misunderstanding? Sorry, I had to see a man about a horse. That is an extremely Finnish sentence. But what I said, if you didn't hear me, is I'm trying to consolidate everything you're telling me. What I heard, it is not Finnish, but English idiom, so I'm learning learning the King's English. No, I'm laughing. I told you I almost worked in Iceland. The place I almost worked at was a horse farm. That's one of the reasons why I find that funny. But trying to consolidate what I'm hearing, and I could be getting this wrong, is that the floor planks are long but thin. The outer hull are wide but short, and that the bulkheads are thin and short. Deck planks are long but relatively thick. Okay. Long and thick. The old planking was generally shorter than the main deck plank, so it depended on the ship. Okay. Each plank had to follow the curve of the hull because the curvature overlapped at the seams to maintain strength. So shorter. Got that. So, because what I'm trying to balance, of course, I'm trying to balance realism, because the more it looks like an actual ship, I mean, awesome. But also balancing the fact, the accuracy to the place that's being drawn, which is not necessarily historically accurate, but that's the place that's being drawn. And conveying the place that I'm trying to convey is more important to me. It's kind of like if I were drawing the Thousand Sunny from One Piece. My focus is to draw the Thousand Sunny, not to make the Thousand Sunny realistic. But the more realistic, the better. I agree. So, trying to balance realism aesthetics, the scene that I'm trying to draw, and I'm also completely real. I'm trying to avoid redrawing the planks that I spent 4 hours drawing. I'd be lying if I said that weren't one of my primary concerns, that I didn't want to spend another 4 hours drawing wooden planks. Oh, 4. Oh, yeah. Where the 4 is bulkhead, where the H is hull, where the I is deck planking. Yes. That is correct. And so what the only clarifying question I have, let me look. Oh, yeah, there it is. Hull planking, 20 to 30 centimeters. So hull is wide but short. Deck is thin but long, and bulkhead is thin and short. Let me do this. For the moment, I'm just going to get rid of everything. I think it'll be easier than redrawing it. The light interior walls and decks made this against the dark massive oak hull. Okay, so that's another. Just color balance. It's white. I can't color balance it. Do this though. Okay. I'm trying to consolidate everything. What I'm hearing is the bulwark walls should be lighter. The hull should be the darkest. And then the ceiling and the floor would also be light. I'm sorry if I've made this harder than it is, or ruined your original plans. You haven't ruined anything, that's for sure. You may have made things harder. But I also am obviously very fascinated with this information. I run one-piece D&D. So dark, medium, light. Where's the medium? Which part is the medium part? Because that is something we can fix with opacity and contrast, so that's not as big of a problem. Medium is deck. Gotcha. This is also good for me to know. I run freaking one-piece sailing D&D, and I'm not always concerned about accuracy. Accuracy is not usually my biggest concern, but this is helpful. Because whether my accuracy is whether I'm concerned with accuracy or not, at the very least, I can choose whether to make it more or less accurate as I need to. And so with this piece in particular, there's parts of it that are just inaccurate to history. But it's necessary to the scene. So we have to keep the parts that are inaccurate to history, because it's more important to convey the scene and the setting than it is to be completely accurate to real life. But to the extent that I can convey what is historically accurate while not sacrificing those things, yeah. Arc is short, widest planks, deck is longest, wide planks, bulkhead. Yes. Yes, so I've got that. I've got that. Here, let me just write this in a much smaller brush. Long and thin. Short. Wide. And short. Thin. And the hull curves, but the curvature, of course, depends on where the room is located. Yeah. And this ship does not have... You can see, this ship does not have much of a curvature. So I might add a little bit of shading. With hull is the widest. Deck bulkhead. Get very pale. Widest. I think the perfect color is the perfect ship. Yeah, but that's at the risk of sounding repetitive, that's just not going to be the color. Because it's not the color it is in the game. Widest. Bulkhead. Nothing preventing the ship makers from making the floors darker. Yeah, and so that, because again, that's just one of the suspensions of disbelief. Yeah. So I'm going to go use the bathroom. And when I'm back, we'll experiment with what I can do with this. I have some ideas, and I'm going to try... Or the pirates treating the floor stalker, yeah. And that's I think part of it is treatment, I think part of it is wood types. Because it's a fantasy world, right? So there's nothing that says that there's not a dark tree that functions like oak wood. Etc. You're seeing a man about a horse too. Ah... Well, apparently, I am a knight. It is befitting my role. I shall return. Whoop. Okay, I'm back. And I could also add nails to the decks. I did think about that. In fact, when I was looking up references, that's one of the things I was looking for, was whether they had nails. I didn't see any references that had nails. I'm definitely not opposed to adding them. I just didn't see any. So many empty layers now. Nails keep the same size relation to each other as the planks themselves. Thickest nails for hulls, thinnest for decks. I'm not going to worry about that right now, but I might do that later. Right, let's get our floor again. Luckily, I mean, it feels like the back wall probably the easiest. Let's not worry about color right now. They're short and thin. So it's kind of easy enough. You just make it smaller, and that makes it shorter and thinner. Inside the ship, tree nails look like small wooden knobs. Iron spikes, often left filled with tar. Luckily, that is a detail that that's very easily added. Because I think the only other thing to keep in mind is just there's going to be decorations on the wall and things, so not everything is going to be immediately obvious. Give it some overlap here. Have you ever played the game Puzzle Pirates? I think I might have when I was very young. I can't swear to it. Oh shoot. Well, here, before I get too deep into this, it's a good game, but essentially dead. I can look into that. Would you say, in general, I'm going to make some slight edits, would you say that looks like good proportions for the bulkhead? Those are pretty short and they're pretty thin. I can make them shorter, but that would also make them thinner, and vice versa. Yeah, I was actually gonna type that the bulkhead is looking great so far. Awesome. What I can do is I can make some minute edits here and there. That it looks a tiny bit more natural. And it's not obvious that it's two different textures plastered on top of each other. That that's in the doorway doesn't matter, because that's all going to get erased anyway. All ships are so beautiful. Yeah, there's... I think it's one of the reasons why I wanted to do this kind of campaign. I love... Ships are romantic in every sense of the word. In and of themselves, yes, but also the adventure that they promise. There we go. Ships used to be wood and men used to be iron. Now men are wooden and ships are iron. Yeah, pretty much. Reminds me of Lepanto. The Holy Rosary saved Christendom. I should look into that. Look into that. Honestly, it's one of the things I love about the church. Its ability to preserve stories. 15,000 Christian slaves freed. Yeah, it's funny because I've heard the name Lepanto, but I don't think I've ever actually heard the story. Naval battle. Yeah, I might have to look that one up after I finish here. Let's move that up a little bit. Let's see what we can't do about these floors. The Holy League credited the victory to the Virgin Mary, whose intercession with God they had implored for victory through the use of the Rosary. Andrea Doria Capicari, the miraculous image of Our Lady Guadalupe. Oh, so this is fairly recent then. Given to him by King Philip II of Spain in his ship's stateroom. Pope Pius V instituted a new Catholic feast of Our Lady Victory to commemorate the battle, which is now celebrated the Catholic Church as the Feast of Our Lady of the Rosary. Very interesting. Feast of Our Lady of the Rosary, formerly known as Feast of Our Lady of Victory, is celebrated on the 7th of October. That is good to know. Get our floor back. Now. Ooh, long and thin is going to be interesting. No, the bulwark is the thinnest. This first. This actually is bottom layer. Maybe the middle layer. We'll move them around as needed. PFP student action is a great song about Lepanto. I'll have to look that up. My fiance would be interested in that. Right, Santa Maria, crush not the crescent. Angela saves the foul wicked serpent. Vessel of honor, now make us victorious. We pledge our arms to your son, most glorious. Fill us with courage, queen of the ocean. This day by fighting will show our devotion. From port to starboard, let echo these loud words. There can be no paradise for cowards. That's awesome. That's metal. Oops, wrong layer. Now, ideally, I should be more or less exactly down the middle. Yeah, there we go. That's my attempt at long and thin boards. Give me an army saying the rosary, I will conquer the world, bless his Pius the Ninth. I love the Piuses, man. The Piuses are so good. I make the edges of the planks on the deck darker. That can be done. That can be done. But if that's the complaint, I will take that as a victory. All planks. Spikes driven through the plank into the frame, ends clenched. Vertically or sight. am reading. Oh, wait, let me, forgot. Nightlight turn. Turn that off. You have anti-blue light? Yeah, I do. I have it on all my devices, but you definitely don't want it while you're drawing. You need to be able to see the colors. Horizontal and wide. Let's try this first and we'll see how this looks. I know there's obviously these boards here, and they are what they are. But in terms of short and wide, especially with these up here, does that look about right? You like them? And we'll definitely do some edits around the corners to make that seem more natural. Really starting to look more three-dimensional. I'm glad. Oh wait, hold on. That needs its own layer. Because that brown color is just to give us a frame. I honestly don't know where these full lines came. I usually assume it stopped at the end of the canvas. Annoying, that's for sure. I get the music back. Doors were often painted. Well, the good news is, I mean, there won't be doors on this one. There are doors on the map, but I'm actually just going to straight up remove them. And what we're gonna do... That's right, I meant to add it. That was on my to-do list. On my to-do list. We can do this very quickly. Where's my... Put it in this layer. So there are doors on the map, but we're just going to get rid of them because I don't want to draw them. So for this one, on this side, it'll just be looking into the hallway. And that's fine. That's fine, it'll just be what it is. But for this side, I'm gonna get rid of our little map up here. Side, some colors. Give me some colors. There we are. Color. Yeah, there we are. Only thing left is to make the colors. Yes. Because these are all the party members, but there are two, like, companions that I wanted to add, but I didn't know if there was going to be room in the picture to add them. And I guess technically I could squeeze them in, but for now the idea, get a bigger brush. They have a companion called a capybara, which is exactly what it's. It's literally a capybara bear hybrid. And then a robot. And I might bring them up a little bit so that the bear's like actually in the room coming in through the doorway. But yeah, we won't do doors. I think it's actually more hassle than I think it's more hassle than it would be just to draw the interior. So let's work with these colors. So I think for now, since the deck planks are the medium, I think I'm gonna leave them the way they are for now. And we'll focus on the walls. Easiest thing to do would just be to decrease the color. We could also decrease the color. I don't like decreasing. Currently darker. Yes, it looks so nice, I'm glad. How does that look to your shipwright eyes? I think it looks too bright, like it shines. Okay. Taylor would be... I think the issue... I think the issue is that what's happening is that the shading... I remember that one famous Russian ship I visited my city, went there to visit, I was too scared to visit the hull because of all the things about the English culture. Feared the Russians would kidnap me or something. That is unfortunate. But I think what's happening is that we're making the whole thing lighter. Because I added the shading in already, the shading is also getting lighter. I just increased that a little bit. Then I go back to this tool. Like 35%. Contrast will make it paler, but it kind of goes to more of a gray because it just removes the color. I would add the caulking to the text. Yes, I will do that. But, oh, I accidentally pressed the space button with my cord. I will do that. What I'm doing is not caulking, what I'm doing is shading. Because I think, and I could be wrong, well, the wrong layer now. My thought was that the shading was getting lighter, and that was part of the problem. That maybe that would fix it. Contrast doesn't make it closer to white. They make the deck attack darker. I do that. $37. Let me that back. This 37. Group of 40, yeah. Yes, less yellow. Actually, I might be able to do this. Oh. Oh, that worked. Maybe that. I fear you have cooked. Only with your help, my friend. Yeah, and there's still plenty of details left to do. Finding a good color. Mostly, I think the next thing I want to do, maybe I'll do this later. I want to get rid of this hideous frame that I have. Which, actually, I guess that works pretty well. It works better in some places than others, but it works pretty well. Because I can look up some references and see... get perhaps a better idea. I mean, if we compare the start of stream to his right now, it's night and day. Yeah, it's definitely very different. Maybe not very different. I am glad I added all the little extra details. I think the next... Where are my layers? There they are. This will probably be the caulking and shading layer. Now it's a beautiful contrast, looks three-dimensional, it's clear what it was. I am glad. That makes me very happy. I'm very... clicking on the floor to finish it. That's easily done. Get rid of... I genuinely don't know where these lines came from. Don't know where they came from. Else, here it is. Rid of that. Farm the whole planks looks great. Awesome. Work our way to the right. And we could probably add... I'll look up some references, but I think I'll probably end up adding some wainscoting around where the walls and stuff meet, in order to make it look a little more natural. Ironically, the sort of where the front and back meet the wall looks fine, but where the ceiling and floor meet the bulkhead, I mean, where the ceiling and the wall meet the outer hull does not look great. After the deck plates are laid, the gaps between the planks fill with those open fibers. The fibers strip into the seams using a special caulking tool. Once packed, the seams are covered in hot pitch or tar, which harden and seal the gaps against water. Over here doesn't matter so much because all that's going to be covered up. Yeah, all that's going to be covered up. I looked at pictures and it was not necessarily very thick, but it was dark, even black. Okay. We can do and increase the opacity there. Maybe not to a full 85, but we can increase the opacity. Annealing can be added later if you want. Yeah. That might end up being one of the later details. We'll see. Because there is there's plenty of detail in the picture. I just don't know. It was all done, of course, but not always that visible, you know. With the wealth of wall decorations, a lot of it is just gonna be covered up. Regardless. Can I put link here? I think so. I used to have links banned, but that was undone. The other thing is there's actually going to be a little bit more detail put in on the ceiling later. That's going to, some of that detail in the middle is going to be covered up. Click that link. Okay. Yeah, I see that. Good link. Yeah, I might do some of that later. I think, let me look at some of the, looking at some of my references from earlier. I've been meaning to ask, why do the eye holes of the helmet move? Because it's the only way I can emote, that's why. It helps me emote and make expressions. Not eye holes, they are my eyes. Yeah, I wonder if I can... Is that a feature in... I might do some experiments later. Are you adding curvature to the hull? That's what I'm thinking. I don't know how plausible it is. The reality is I'm just not that good. Oh, that's curvature. Thing is, I already showed you the outside of the ship. This ship doesn't have a strong curvature. That kind of does it. It's the top of the ship, there probably isn't much. Okay. Yeah. It is the top of the ship. It's the quarter deck, so... Okay, I'll take that in. It's also, like I said, it's not a very curvy ship. Horizontal curvature or vertical? Horizontal. But this is... yeah, it doesn't really have a lot. I'm not sure. Why is it horizontal? I mean, it just... Because the ship is kind of rounded, isn't it? Just like... hitting this there. Like that, I mean. But I don't know, you might be right. It's probably not an important detail, it's just something I was thinking about looking at some of the pictures I have pulled up. Yes, but all would be moving. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right, because it's pinching, right? Of course, the issue is... Of course, not much vertical curving at the top rim. Yeah, because that's the other thing, is that it's not even... It's not even this part, right? It's this part up top. It's the quarterdeck. So, yeah. I was also looking for, like, wainscoting to see if that's a thing. I think it might be helpful to think of this not so much as a, like, 16th century pirate ship, but as a cross between a 16th century pirate ship and a modern cruise ship. Not something you stress over? Well, considering how much time I've spent trying... adjusting all the other fine details, I'll pick you up on that. If you say it's not a big deal, I believe you 100%. Besides, so much of the wall would be covered up anyway. This, like... by the time this part on the right is done, you're gonna see so much of so little of the actual wall. Same over here, really. Perspective already gives some curvature. Alright. Sorry, I was just checking something. There's so many warm colors on that side of the ship that it looks slightly brighter, slightly warmer than the other side, but that's just because of all the other details. Not actually. It's the same color, it just looks slightly different because there's brighter colors on that side. The curvature is more like a barrel than a Viking hull, if I had to explain it. I love you, brother, and I understand what you mean. That is probably the most confusing way to explain it. Imagine walking up to someone and saying, the curvature is more like a barrel than a Viking hull. Like, I get what you mean. That's just very funny to me. That's just very funny. Barrel's probably easier to stand. Probably. I won't worry about it. I'm internally asking myself whether I want to... I probably do want to move on to the wainscoting. Maybe not right now, but... I want to start getting at some of the other details around the room. I mean, the good part is... Other than the doorways and the wainscoting... After this, we should be getting to the fun part. Or I should say the more fun part of actually decorating the room, putting stuff in it. Fogging is nice, but I think it's too thick. I'd make it thinner and darker. Okay. Thinner is hard. I can take a second pass at it later. I can take a second pass at it. Yeah, because I've got other things I want to do, but looking at the way this is now, this gets me excited, and I want to finish it. It's looking really good. I'm glad, and I really, I know I've poked fun at you here and there, but I do appreciate your help. Those are not things that I would think about. And, I judge things visually with passion. I hope you take no offense when I tell you I can tell. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I think it's one of the reasons why I wanted to stream it. It's partly to invite criticism from people who might have more experience with these things than I do. There's just some audio equipment being sold. I spent a couple good minutes just looking at the logo ad. That is awesome. No, I appreciate it, and honestly, having you show up literally the day before I did this and finalized these details is kind of a godsend. No, I appreciate it. I'll be very glad to hear that. Yeah, you know, it kind of, I'm thinking about this on my mind because I had to clip yesterday's stream, but it's kind of like we talked about yesterday, right? About calling people out, but doing it with love. I am entirely open to honest criticism, as long as it's given in a respectful manner. You did that. You have. Is that right? No. There we go. But you'd done that. You did that. You gave constructive criticism, and it helped make this come together. And that's great. Honest criticism is always a good thing, especially when it's delivered in a friendly manner. Hope your project comes together well, that people will appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah, it'll be very stressful, but also very exciting once we get to the actual characters, because that'll be kind of the linchpin, right? They are a lot more important than the background. Best way to learn is to push yourself. Exactly right. And well, I guess you just got here, so you probably don't even know. I've been, what would you say? I've been drawing consistently for maybe a year now. At some point, you'll just have to take a new project. You cannot imagine you can't do it. That is quite literally the story of all of this, really. Because I think this boat, I've seen your streams earlier this summer. Oh. Well, then you might know some things. But this boat here, I did this 3 years ago? 3 years ago? And at the time, it was the largest art project I ever did. I think this took something like 40 hours, with all the levels. And you can tell I took a lot of shortcuts. Tracing or using assets. But this came out very well, and I couldn't have imagined it turning out as well as it did. And then I showed this off last stream. It looks very nice, thank you. I'm happy with how it turned out too. It's only missing the anchor and the anchor well. Yeah, it is. Maybe I'll add that later. If nothing else, if or when I do another ship, I'll make sure not to forget that. But the only reason I'm really doing art now is because I'm doing I wrote a D&D book a few years back, and I'm currently working on a sequel, and I'm working. It's done now. And so I didn't want to AI generate the art, and I can't commission an artist, so I just said, what if I did it myself? And so I pushed myself. I did it so long ago, I have to scroll. I pushed myself to draw something I wasn't comfortable drawing. Which was this character. And if she didn't turn out well, I would have quit drawing altogether. But she did. She turned out very well. And so I've done, I think it was like 60 drawings for the book now. And yeah, you're right. You're exactly right. Pushing myself, pushing my limits, challenging myself to do things that I didn't think I could do. That is the story of how I've reached this point. Came back like a week ago due to boredom. I imagine I'll stay a few days. The new love I've had with my fellow Christians has been incredible. I recommend you watch that video I said earlier if you ever do make another ship. I will add that to a playlist. Brought you a whole nother level. Went from garbage handwriting, always receiving compliments on my handwriting. Man, it feels great. Never expect to have gained a good handwriting. No, that is really cool. I guess that's the story behind your username. Yes, I will add this to a playlist. Yeah, I've learned... I'm a writer by trade. And one of the things I've always said with writing, and one of the reasons I never really took a lot of classes or anything, is because the best way to learn is just to do it. And then, same thing with art. You do it, and you learn along the way. You just wanted a username and your name was blank. Well, it's very memorable. I'll have to see a man about a dog. That is fair. I'm probably going to wrap up myself because I have to go take a shower and do some of my evening work. But it's been nice talking with you, and I appreciate all your input. If I do stream later tonight, I'm going to assume you'll be in bed, because I know it's late over there. But it was good chatting with you, and I appreciate all your help with this. There we go. I just want to take another look at it. Might move the bear to be more like down here-ish. Laying down or something. I just don't want to make things too cluttered or cover up too many details. I completely forgot. I meant to, 7. Yeah, I meant to have this on the whole time. Oh well. All these sounds sung vaguely like Frente a Frente by Jeanette. I do not know that person, but the music I've been playing has been the Persona 3 and Persona 4 lo-fi soundtracks. Yeah, I should go. And I guess, just once more. You know the cat meme with the lyrics, El muchacho es ojos tristes? No, I don't, actually. I don't. That might be a European meme. I haven't heard of that one. I might look that up later. I do need to get going. Eat dinner, take a shower, do some of my daily readings and such. But I do appreciate you stopping by. I don't know if I'll be streaming. I might stream later, keep working on this, but I assume you'll be in bed by then. I know it's late over there. Otherwise, good night. I know I've said it 1,000 times, but I do really appreciate the help. So, see you later. Have a good one. There we go. We're back. So, when this is done, I'll probably... I'm not even sure if you know. I streamed earlier. So our goal for tonight... I have nothing else to do, so I may as well do this. Is to do the wainscoting and some of the shading around the edges of the room. To really complete the space so that we can start decorating it. Honestly, I won't even be able to focus on doing some of the other things unless I fix this first. It's just an empty room. Try to fix some of the details that I'm seeing, but also... Oh, that is a problem. I had this before. That's actually pretty fixable. What I'm noticing is that up here... Find a layer. This layer we'll be working with. These ones up here, because I said they were going to be covered up by the... Because they were going to be covered up by the whatchamacall. They're going to be covered up by the table and things. I wasn't worried about them. Fortunately, because we resized everything, they are now more visible. Problem. First things first, I'm the realist. I'm going to do this first, because if I don't do it first, I'm going to forget about it. We're going to add some of the detail that Buddy Cursive suggested earlier. You may also notice I've added Persona 5 to our art playlist. Diversify it a little bit. There's a lot of little imperfections, but a lot of the little imperfections are going to blend in with all the details. It's easy to see blemishes right now. It's going to be a lot harder to see those blemishes once we start adding all the people, all the posters, and all the background details, etc. Try not to get too worked up about it. This is a weird track. I recognize it, of course, it's just the choice for instrumentation is a bit odd. This is distracting me. I might remove this from the playlist. Apologize in advance for not talkative, but you knew what you were getting into. The room still looks odd, but I'm hoping a lot of that oddity will disappear, or at least be covered up once we get further along. One of the things I've kind of learned the hard way about art is you have to trust the process. Gotta trust the process. Because the way it looks right now, it's not the way it's going to look when it's done. look at this and you say, wow, Wes, that's a lot of wood. And I tell you, that's what she said. Then I tell you that that eventually all of this wood is going to be covered up by various decorations. So you won't be looking at the wood anymore, filthy pervert. You're looking at the characters. Should be able to copy, paste. Select. That doesn't work. I guess I forgot already. It was not mirrored. That makes sense. Mostly uniform. Not entirely. It's also probably true, that's why it might look weird in some places. Because of the way things were changed. Effective might not be quite right, or even if it is correct, it match on perfect. We're getting that. Okay, I'm removing this. I'm removing this from the playlist. I hate these. They have weird instruments and weird sounds. I hate them. The moon reaches the stars. There we go. Going to say they looked amazing, but then the joke happened. Well, my job. To paint over vulnerability with comedy. Ah, welcome back. Cursive, shouldn't you be asleep? Isn't it like 2 a.m. where you are? There we go. That's caulking. Oh. Wait, do I still have my reference in here? Yeah, here it is. Is there any wainscoting in this? No. Well, a little bit. Not really. Let me try to look up a reference real quick. Antique wainscoting. I might not know what wainscoting is. Actually, hold on. That ugly frame we have, that effectively is the wainscot. So we might be able to repurpose this. A darker color. Or maybe let's go the other way actually. Let's use a lighter color. There we go. I know that was thing that was said earlier. Okay, we might need to redraw it anyway. I think we have to redraw it anyway. That gives... I'm so glad that we did that, because it gives me a pretty good reference for what it could and what I want it to look like. It won't be this plain... It won't be a plain color either. We'll add shading, and it'll make it look more natural. Less jarring. And if we still don't like the color, then we can change it. What the paint bucket's for. Let's get rid of it for now. How big is this? Not very. Let's maybe put it up to 15? Oh. My goal is to get the wainscoting, the doorways, and some of the shading done. The door frames, I should say. Then, there we go. We can move on to some of the more exciting details. big. Loved how I said, yeah, I don't like Persona 5, but the music's pretty good. I'll add Persona 5 to the playlist, and then immediately regretted it. Just immediately. The vibes were rancid. I do think I might end up using a darker wood for the doorways, because I think that'll look better. Oh. Start shading. Corner isn't actually important. The thing about these corners is that they're going to be shoved off into, well, the corner. Got it. Let me look at my reference. What does the light reflect? Obviously this, it's darker at the bottom. Doesn't have anything on the ceiling. I mean, look, I was calling it wainscoting, but I think what I meant was trim. Ceiling, it's not necessarily darker at the top, is what I'm seeing. Maybe it's a little darker. But not as dramatic a difference as it is on the floor. That's what I'm seeing. So, we'll do that. We'll do that. Funny how it kind of blends in with the floor, but that might be a good... In fact, when we're done with this, it might be a good thing to just... We can darken it, darken the opacity a bit, and play with different colors, see how we like it. Opacity. Why did I say opacity? We can darken the colors and see if we like it. We're giving it Persona 4. Where's my Pokemon Jazz playlist? I'll have to add a little bit of wood grain, but I'll let's back up to 7. Corners don't match up. It's... While looking real live, the reduced details on the floor make it look sand washed. Yeah. Well, it's mostly these here. And the reason for that was because I initially didn't give them as much detail because they were going to be covered. Granted, they're still going to be covered. Decks were sandwashed? Well, okay, I guess that works then. I guess that works then. But a lot of the, well, do what? This floor, and this floor are all going to be covered. So. One of the challenges in this part of the process is giving me enough detail to start with without going overboard and having to change a bunch of stuff later. Bulkhead having more detail works well since the bulkhead pin is mostly decorative than functional. Well, considering that it's going to be decorative here too, that works. I want to just so that's interesting. So if I do this, then it kind of just blends in with the rest of the wood, which arguably is not a bad thing. What I'm going to do for now is I'm going to copy and paste. Oh, what? I'm going to copy, undo it, and then paste. And that way I can swap between them, depending on which I like better. But right now I'm leaning towards the I'm leaning towards the darker one, but we can hold on to that, and then when the room actually comes together, we can swap and take a look how it looks and how it blends with the other room decorations that we add. Speaking of room decorations, we're not going to go crazy with the wood grain. Will you add detail to your character now that your skill has increased? Maybe. Maybe. I admit it's not really... It's not on my to-do list at the moment. But it's definitely something I would consider. Oh, that's why. I'm like, why is it coming out lighter? I'm in the wrong layer. That's why. Because I think another thing to consider is that simplicity isn't always a bad thing. But I would like to do it eventually. I've even had some ideas for maybe actually giving a shot at, I don't like this color. I'm gonna darken it. Avoid too much symmetry and details. Yeah, I'm probably going to, with this, I'm probably going to do it by hand. Do you know the 357 rule? I think I've heard of it. I've heard of it, but I couldn't tell you what it is. Wrong one. Too dark. The 357 rule is based on the idea that groupings of odd numbers are more visually appealing and dynamic than even number arrangements. Our eyes naturally seek out balance, but not symmetry. That makes sense. And I think that's something I'm definitely going to keep in mind as I do start adding details into the room. Like, for example, if I pull up my chart again, like, these posters are not going to be symmetrical. Because the other thing about this room is that it's supposed to be a very casual space. So that means things are going to be a little messy. This space is not supposed to look pristine. It's not supposed to look like it's a house going for sale on market. This is supposed to look like a room that is being used day by day by day by day. Pirates are not disciplined. No, they are not. And so I'm not going to make it crazy. They're not, the players are not by any means uncouth, really. Oh, I made a mistake. But it's not gonna be pristine. This is not a... We want it to look nice, but it's also... It's going to communicate a room that is lived in. I'll do that in a bit. Because I'm glad I used the perspective tool. Help me fit everything, but I think I probably at least try. To what extent I'll succeed remains to be seen. But I will try to add some details to the boards to assist in the depth of their perspective. That's going to require some experimentation. If you do add a door, I would crack it ajar to make the room less suffocated. Yeah, I don't plan to add a door. These should be open. So at some point, Like, I think I still have it. Where did I put it? I think I put it with Rudy. Yeah. So you'll be able to see down the hallway a little bit. And the other thing is that there's actually some light coming in. The space back there has a spot that's open to the sky. So there should probably be some light that comes out of that hallway as well, in addition to the windows. Maybe I'll make the windows bigger. I wonder if the reason why the Persona 3 and Persona 4 playlists are better is because they're not as popular. So they didn't have to make as many changes to avoid the copyright Nazis. I guess when I was having trouble, there's a little bit of film on my pen. What grain's gonna be purple tunnel? I admit, well, I knew this was going to be a massive project. I also was not expecting. By the end of this, I'll probably end up being 8 hours, 10 hours on the floors, the walls. Hoping you learn. One of the things I've learned about creative projects is that they always take longer than you think they will. Especially if you haven't done it before. Don't need to worry about adding. That's something down here. Oh, it's not black. That's true. wonder if I'm not wasting my time. Oh well. An experimental with this. See what works and what. Oh, darn it. Not sure I can entirely explain why I like that, but I do like it, so I'm going to keep it. Oh, yep, that's there. Nothing, you can barely see it, but it's there. That's not there. Here. that didn't work. So we're gonna have to do it by hand. Sorry, I was all up to do this, and now I'm starting to fade. I can feel it. But it's fine. I have literally nothing else to do. So I may as well do this. Gonna do it, may as well stream it. Will hopefully be the finishing touch. Bit of a trying to make it darker as it approaches the floor. Nice. Not. There we go. hopefully that's done and we don't have to think about it anymore. Now, we're going to play that song. The purpose of this is to try and add some depth here. I think that's working. It really is amazing how much art is shading. I might erase that later. I'm just experimenting. Corners are supposed to be dark, right? That makes it look. It might look better without the trim. Yeah, it might look better without the trim. Lean towards now. Yeah. Let the details disappear into the darkness. Here, actually, I think I have a solution that'll work for everyone. I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna put it in the bottom layer because there actually is a piece that's kind of ghosting out there, see? On the top. That's sticking out and looking out into the background, so that'll fill that little gap there. I like to think that somewhere I just there's someone who's going back through this playlist for some reason, and he's really upset that I spent it's been an hour already, the last 40 minutes or so making wall and ceiling trim just to decide he didn't want to do it anymore. Just to decide that it looked better without it. The only reason I was adding the trim was to try and cover up some of the blemishes, but I don't need to do that. But... I need to get rid of one of these, though. That one. so sad. Hold on. Found one piece though, fighting here. I might try. I love Persona 4, but when it's been looping for the last 4 hours. This is not caulking. I'm adding now is depth. Attempt to add depth without. Hey, look. I know. I found a ship with trim on the inside. I'm not crazy. Yeah, they're all very flat, actually. So I'll actually just keep that as it is, I think. As was said earlier, these boards are presumably sanded down pretty severely, so... In that case... maybe work on the doorway. I think I do want this to be a darker wood, just because I think that'll look better. I think it will. Maybe it won't. Okay, let's not do that then. I think I want it to be a more saturated wood. I think we're back where we started. I think we're back where we started. Looking at some things.
trying to look for doors, but specifically I'm trying to look for doorways. I suppose they're really not much different than regular doorways, are they? I was like, why are you looking up doors? Ah, this is almost exactly what I'm looking for. I am seeing that rounded off doors are very common, but they're also very obviously not the only ones. I'm seeing plenty of rectangular doors too now.
I think the circular ones pop up more because they're more unique, and so people like them more aesthetically. I don't think there's any reason I couldn't just use... Yeah, that's good. Doors to be roughly equal thickness. Look. Kind of break up or whatnot. I said earlier, minor imperfections are actually perfectly okay. As nothing is ever perfectly perfect. Especially when we're talking about a time when everything was crafted by hand. I am gonna make this side a little bigger. Well, also, I guess that side's going to be bigger anyway, because it's closer to the middle, so perspective dictates that this side will be slightly wider than the other side. The main reason I'm making it wider is because... Oh yeah, that's nice. Just that little bit makes it look like it's popping out a little bit. You know what? No, we'll commit to the bit. I'll try to do this again by hand. It's one thing with the tiny details that are going to blend into the background, but these doors are pretty front and center, so we want to make sure they look good. And, well, fortunately or unfortunately, part of looking good when you're making a pirate ship, making it look a little rough around the edges. Territory. Um, um, this over here is actually a kitchen window. That's gonna look a little different. Hold up. This is the color I use for the... Let's try this. I could just use the color I use for the actual doors on the map. I... No, we can rock with this for a little while. Because this is a color that will show up a bit more often, and I think it'll probably look a little better once we start adding some of the detail. The room has a little bit of a, like a, what would you say, a little bit of a peanut butter chocolate feel. Put this up. This is a kitchen window. So, find the right layer. Less of that. Got the right color. You're in the way. I don't know why that wasn't going. because it's a kitchen window, the base is going to be inherently larger than the rest of it. Let me see. Last time I found a One Piece lo-fi playlist, I didn't like it very much. Mostly because it wasn't lo-fi enough. I'll give it a shot for a while. So many empty layers from earlier. I really don't need to create new ones. Let's clean up. Try something else. It's true that it's thicker on the side, but it's also a doorway. Maybe instead of making a visible space there, I just make it thicker. That makes more sense to me. That's eventually going to be Perspective's gonna look a little weird at the moment. Because it's only one side. Wait, I think I can do this. There we go. Epic. Gonna look a little weird right now. It'll look better once the wall gets cleared out. Of course, right now it's just a door frame. Wile E. Coyote. Run through and there's nothing there. I should clarify, I'm not usually a lo-fi guy. But I need some copyright-free music if I'm gonna be doing this. I don't know, my Spotify subscription right away. If I weren't streaming, I'd probably be listening to podcasts, but the thing is, I'm kind of caught up on everything. Because it's the holidays, that time of year, a lot of my old reliable streamers have not been putting out as much content. So... I only have a lot to listen to on my own time anyway. Back when you're a little thicker. Unhinged. Lamps, ropes, bombs. It's yours, my friend. All for the right rupee. All so long as you have enough rupees. Maybe a little more. Little, thicker. polish to it. Sorry, I'm laughing to myself. Thinking about, like, making that a sound redeem. Come back when you're a little, thicker. That's really funny. This is Kara E by the Babies. Yeah, I was tripping. This is good. This is 3 hours too, so I could start playing this and not have to change it at all. Yeah, I like this color for the doors. And now that I'm adding the shading, it's really starting to pop. It's actually starting to look like a room and not some weird optical illusion. Wait till we add the wood grain. Anything but the wood grain. No, no, no. Doing the insides of these will probably have its own day. I'm not worried about it right now. It's also possible that the counter here could be thicker. Thicker. Thicker than the, than what's above it. That would make sense. I'm gonna be saying that a lot now, aren't I? I hate that. I'm making a promise to myself that I'm not gonna mess with some of the messed up boards up there until I get the posters up. The posters are gonna cover up most of that. Like, I see, like, this thing here, and that thing there. And I guess this here. If they're gonna end up covered up by posters, then I really don't... What did my... Oh. I'm in the wrong layer. I don't recognize. Wait, yes I do. Wait, have I been doing... Is that like navy? Is that off black? Oh, that's black. No, it's blue. I've been painting in blue this whole time. Why? Fix that. How did that happen? It's funny when I shade it like that, it looks like cell shading. It's funny. When I start making the characters, I might want to try experimenting with some like thicker lines. By thicker lines, I mean any lines at all, literally. If you've followed me at all, for any length of time, you know, I kind of do lineless drawing. I've done lineless drawing since I've started digital art. I'm sorry, I don't know why maybe it's because I'm tired. I don't know why I'm ogling these doorways. Like, they're the best thing since sliced bread. I'm really happy with these, even though they're not nearly done. I think they're reminding me of the old Hanna-Barbera cartoons, where you could tell what the characters are gonna interact with because it was drawn slightly differently. I think that's the vibe I'm getting. I think nostalgia might be what I'm experiencing right now. I think that's it. For so much of my childhood, I thought Hanna-Barbera was a real person. Like a woman named Hanna-Barbera. I was like, who's Hanna-Barbera, and why are these cartoons named after her? I don't think it's a woman working in the industry, because I feel like there weren't a lot of women working in the animation industry at this point in time. So were they just, like, really progressive, or is it some guy's wife? That's what I thought when I was a kid. At some point I realized that wasn't the case, but it wasn't until later I realized it was just two dudes named Hannah and Barbera. which I really should have. It's not that I couldn't figure it out, it's that I just didn't ever try to figure it out because it wasn't an important question.
What time is it? Oh, jeez, it's 11. How did that happen? Well...
Honestly, I had planned to erase these wall portions and and just draw in the void, but I could probably just draw over them. I love this actually. This is Chopper's theme. I recognize it. I love this rendition of it actually. Forgot to. Yo! Is this for the D&D? Welcome, Ace. This is not for the D&D, but this is for a D&D thing. So to make a long story short, so the D&D quote unquote that for the one shot, I've been running a home game using those rules for like 4 years now, 3 or 4 years, and so I'm drawing my party for my friends as a bit of a gift for them. Yeah, but that is I think I mentioned, well, I didn't say it explicitly, but if you look in, I think it was character creation, I do plan on drawing y'all's characters once we make them, so we can get like little what do you call it? Little reactives for them. Yeah, we've been running that game for years, and so it's a bachelor gift. Nice to get no see, yeah. Yeah, this is turning out really well. We haven't even gotten to the characters yet. We're still just on the background. But let's see. We mapped it out. So that's approximately what it'll look like when it's done. Approximately. By the way, I don't know why, but the PDF for the rules freezes on my PC, and I have no idea why, so I can't read it. Okay. I also have no idea why. But I can send you... It exists in Google Drive, so I can send you the Drive link. Doing it live! Yeah. Alright. Hold on. I think I can... I pulled it up earlier, so I think I still... Wrong one. I think I actually can just get it to you really quickly. So I pulled it up earlier to show off the appendix, the shipbuilding appendix. Let's see, do I still have Discord on this one? This computer? Yes. Am I logged in? But to be honest, you don't really need Pirates and Power Holders. You mainly just need Pirate's Guide to the Sky. I'm not logged in on this device. Okay. Never mind. You don't really need Pirates and Power Holders, because the purpose of the one shot is to advertise Pirate's Guide to the Sky. So even though you guys are allowed to take from Pirates and Power Holders and play other races, I strongly encourage you to just play the Pirates Guide to the Sky races. Yeah. Pirates and Power Holders is a lot more general rules. For example, things like being a shipwright, being a navigator, stuff like that. And it does have all, like, the ordinary One Piece races. I will say that I think the exact rules I had, I want at least 2 people to play Skypians. I'm okay if someone plays one of the regular races. I want at least 2 Skypians, though. I think I might limit it to maybe one person can play an ordinary race from Pirates and Power Holders. Because technically I want to advertise that content too, but it's mainly Pirates of Guide to Sky that I want to focus on. That Google Docs does not scroll. Ugh. I know why. It's because it's a huge document. And with lots of pictures. Okay. So I guess maybe when we make characters, I might end up having to just... I might just have to share my screen or something. That's awful. Well, on the bright side, I mean, I have it all memorized. So, more or less. There's one rule I might revise, because I've been going back and forth on it mentally. And I've maybe a picture of that. So. I don't plan on reciting the whole book to you, but I can at least tell you what specific races do if you have questions. Or if there's something specific that you're looking for. Because something I will say, like something I encourage especially new players to do is just to make a character in your head, and then we'll figure out how to make that character exist. I look forward to being the D&D. I'm also scared. Do not be scared. Don't be scared, my child. You're not afraid. Yeah, I'll have to figure out. I'm gonna be Ace D-Doc. I guess I'll have to figure out a way to make that work. Because they're both massive documents. Well, I don't know why the Pirate's Guide PDF won't load. Why Pirates and Power Orders won't load, but if the I know why the Google Docs won't load. The Google Docs won't load because it's massive. Next time I do something like that, I'll probably try to do it differently, or even just use a different program. Because it was getting to the point at the end where if I moved things even slightly, it would actually crash. It would crash because it was trying to reformat the whole book at once. It was bad. I probably won't be writing any more books in Google Docs. At least any more D&D books. There? Yeah, it is. Yeah, the whole page will not respond. You know, I guess I shouldn't be so... That is pickle. Well, I guess we can try to help you. Do you have any idea? Well, I guess you don't even know what your options are. Technically, because there are some weird ones. So obviously, of the blue sea races, I have all of them. Literally all of them. With the exception of some of the weird ones in Big Mom's book, I have all of them. Will you make an anime of our D&D session? I would if I could. I would if I could. I mean, I guess I've technically made GIF animations, but using live 2D, but that's not really the same. Animations are a ridiculous amount of work. It would be cool, though. Maybe if there was a moment that I really, really loved, I would go through... I'd try to make, like, a... At least an animatic or something. I don't know. I need more practice drawing human characters, but I'm also going to get plenty of practice drawing human characters doing this. So I'm pretty sure once I do these doorways, the backdrop will be effectively done. And we'll get to moving on the decorations. But the first set of decorations I'm going to do are going to be the wanted posters. So probably next time I do an art stream. Next time I do an art stream will be more exciting. The actual characters drawn. And it won't be any more wood grain. I've been drawing wood grain for 8 hours! Yeah, something I can do is I can probably... When I'm done here, maybe tomorrow, or maybe I can probably do it tonight. It shouldn't take long. I can probably make a PDF out of just the character creation pages, and then send that, and that should work. That's all, and then that should work. Oh, wrong layer? Yeah, wrong layer. That should do it. You have any idea what class you want to play? can at least tell you the ones with the appropriate stat bonuses. What are the classes? You did play Baldur's Gate, didn't you? So, I know you don't have much experience. So we'll probably keep you to the martial classes. So you don't have to worry about spellcasting so much. If you really wanted to, we could probably you could probably go with a half caster, which wouldn't be as taxing. But I know you're already stressed about it. So the martial classes specifically is the fighter, which is, of course is kind of the default class. And some people, I've heard some people say that it's the easiest to learn, but I've also heard a lot of people say that it's not. So, take that, do with that what you will. That's the class. It's really good at fighting. I guess that. Yes, but that is a game you have 360 no scope in. I thought are we talking about the same game? I thought Baldur's Gate. Well, was it It was Baldur's Gate 3, right? Baldur's Gate 3 has turn-based combat. Baldur's Gate 3 is a turn-based FPS. So fighter is the one that's really good with fighting. It's very simple in theory, but I think the reason people get distracted by it is that it can give you analysis paralysis because your character has lots of options to choose from. Because you basically have all of the options available to you. Let me ask you a different question. This is a question I like to ask newer players. Is there any kind of character you want to play? Like something you have in your head that it's like, that's what I want to do. Like, do you want to fight with a sword? Do you want to fight with a really big sword? Do you want to fight with a gun, a bow, your fists? What strikes your fancy? You can treat this like a personality test. I want to fight like Shanks. I want to be OP with 99 overall stats. Do you actually want to fight like Shanks, or is that a gag answer? fight like Shanks, you would just be, you know, level 5 Shanks, not level 20 Shanks. Wait, I'm in the wrong layer again. That is gag. Let's be honest, no one can fight like Shanks unless you're one of the Holy Knight people. That's true. But, yeah. Seriously, it's like, if you can even think of it in video game terms, like how you like to play in video games. We can go as simple or as brawler or sword. Okay. So, it gives us a few options. A character who could do both would be a fighter. So a fighter has the ability to use the sword, but you could take an unarmed fighting style that would make your fists pretty lethal weapons. However, the default brawler would be a monk. That's the one that's really fist heavy. A fighter would be potentially more tanky. Potentially more HP, while a monk would be more versatile, more lithe, really mobile, being able to jump around the battlefield. A third option, if you wanted to really play a tank, or if you envision your character as this big, burly guy, is you can play a barbarian. I could hook you up with either a fighting style or, since you'll be level 5, with a fighting style or with a tavern brawler that will let your fists be weapons as well. I would almost put it this way. If you envision your character as a small, like really, like almost Luffy-esque, really thin, slender, jumpy character, that's more of a monk. If you envision your character as more of a medium-sized Shanks or even Zoro type of character, that'd be more fighter. Envision him as big and burly, that's barbarian. Ashbarian territory right there. The other option, I guess, which class will give me hockey? Well, depending on your subclass, some characters might have abilities that would be explained as hockey. Really, the class that would actually use hockey from the get-go would be Paladin. You could potentially look up Paladin rules. There's a website called Wikidot that basically has all of them available for free. Paladins are a half-caster, though. However, that's the one where you're basically using hockey from the get-go. Your character wouldn't necessarily know it was hockey, but it's hockey. And so paladins are super heavily armored warriors, usually like sword and shield type of deal. Or just a really big sword. The only other thing I would throw in there is if you see your character as more of like a trickster, kind of sneaky kind of character, that would be more rogue. And there's a rogue subclass called Swashbuckler that basically makes it so that you're a master swordsman. What if I know that you know and Oda knows it was hockey? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Because the way paladins work is that they derive power from their oath, which effectively means that they're driving their power from their willpower, which just is hockey. So it's a very low level of hockey, but it is hockey. Because it's willpower. I feel like I probably made it more complicated. Bye. Because I know you said that as a joke, but it also just is an option. So there's an Oathbreaker class then. Yes, there is. There is an Oathbreaker paladin. Which would be... How that would work with hockey rules, I'd have to think about. But presumably it would be someone who once had an oath, and then obviously broke it, but feels so strongly about it that it almost becomes a second oath unto itself. The Oathbreaker class is more necromantic, which would be a problem. But also not necessarily a problem, because I don't think you'd be using those abilities anyway. For multiple reasons. And technically, it's really funny, you could take the, fighting style feat or the tavern brawler feat and give smite punches. Oathbreaker should be Conqueror's Hockey. I mean, I would argue that if you're a paladin, you have Conqueror's Hockey. It is Conqueror's Hockey. And it would kind of have to be, because it doesn't let you hit Devil for users. At least, that's not a rule that I have. It's just like very low level hockey. When are we gonna get to Wano? Ugh, bad news. Yeah, your party will be a group of pirate-adjacent mercenaries sailing in the Cloud Sea, the White Sea. So that's where Skypiea is. When are we going to the moon? Are we going to the moon then? Because One Piece has like 6 of them, lol. Yeah, I can't make any promises. Wouldn't you like to know? I will tell you though, you know the little robots from NL's cover story? Those are a playable race. You can play as the little robots. Yeah. Specifically, the races from... Because the races in Pirates and Power Holders are pretty essential. It's just all of the races in the series. Just all of them. That is cool. I'm glad you think so. In Pirate's Guide to the Sky, it is specifically... So, the 3 Skypian types. So, the baseline Skypians, like Conus, the Shandorans, or as they're called, Furthans in the book, as well as the Birkins, which is what NL is and what Rouge is. It's also what Gonfall is, if I remember correctly. There's also the Skypian variant, that is basically the Wetherians, the wizards. And then there's the Cherubots, which are the Automata. And then there's the Gavolfen, which are specifically the Cloud the Cloud Wolves from Skypiea. Like the ones that made a bonfire and drank alcohol and were weirdly human. When are we gonna run to Luffy? Luffy doesn't exist. He was retconned out of existence. We need the sun god? No, we don't. No, we don't. We're chill. We chillin'. Fun. Me, Joy Boy. No, we don't. No, we don't. Okay, so there actually is trim for the bulkhead. You really are the world government right now. It's fine. Fine, we don't need no Joy Boy, alright? We don't need no stinking Joy Boy. Okay? Trying to... we know the truth, trying to cover up the history. There is no history. And I suggest you stop digging. You know what happens to those who dig too. I can Buster Call your character before he's ever born. Blue. I'm not gonna worry too much about the doorways because I can always come back and we can always come back and get those later on. I cannot believe this while already starting playing Emu before we start. Someone's gotta be the bad guy. Mild work, thank you. I'm really happy with this. It's gonna be a lot of fun to actually fill this with characters. Really see it coming to life now.
I believe it's almost midnight.
I guess something I can do, kind of build up suspense for next time. Can't wait to be the character that spoils over 1,000 episodes of One Piece with my Deadpool meta ability, where I can break the fourth wall whenever I want. Yeah, do not do that. Especially since some of the players I know aren't caught up. It's banned. None of you have the knowledge of Ohara. It is forbidden. Let's see, where are the bounty poster? Oops. Where is it? Is it that far back? I guess I did make it pretty early on. Oh. Probably too late to do this tonight. Should be fine. I'm ready to abort. Oh wait. Ready to abort if need be. next we meet, we'll be making my buddy's character. One who's dead. There he is. Oh, we'll be making this guy. My buddy's character. He's a large parentheses elephant mink. And we'll probably change the size of this canvas and reformat it. This was the format I used for the book. It's very simplified. We'll see. I don't want to remake it from scratch, but I also know I might have to. But this gives us at least a pretty decent, what would you say? Pretty decent template. Welcome back, Ace. I was queuing up I won't do it tonight because I'm not in the right headspace for it. But next time, I'll be making the wanted poster for this guy, and that'll be fun. I'll show her off one last time. Are you gonna make bounty posters for us? Yeah! At least of a sort. Probably what I do is I'm gonna try and set up a reactive. And probably I'll format the reactive so it looks like a wanted poster. I have got ideas. When I'm not streaming, I eat, sleep, and breathe One Piece Dungeons and Dragons. As I have for the last several years. So yeah, I'm gonna... Well, I think I told you, well, yeah, a few weeks ago when I did the peak chatting stream. If this does well, I will strongly consider maybe try making some moves to actually make a series regularly. And so I'm putting a lot of effort into it. I want it to go well. I really want to do everything I don't want to do it just for the sake of doing it. Especially since I'm also doing it to advertise the dang book. So I'm really trying to put my best foot forward. And make it as cool as I can for everyone involved. Okay, let's make a deal here. Can we at least have a cameo of some random NPC named Oda just to honor him in his greatness? Okay, there'll be an NPC named Oda, but you won't meet him. He'll just be somewhere in the background. His name will be Oda, but you will not meet him. It'll be like it'll be fun. It's like a little SBS Easter egg. Those characters like, hey, Oda-sensei. Whatever, how did this happen? It's like, oh, well, there's this random character that you never met, and this is what here's a little sketch of what he looks like. Want to be Oda? Then get on a plane to Japan. It's not my problem. Ride of an SBS. Really messed up this thing spotting this trim up here. To be honest, Oda was here when LA and no one knew. I believe it. I think that's one of the better things about being a famous author is you can kind of just fly incognito pretty easily. Because only your real fans know your face. Especially if you're a mangaka. You can just go places. Doesn't come with the same drawbacks as being like a famous movie star in that sense. Yeah, when live action One Piece came out with season 1, he was at one of the events here in LA, but no one really knew. That's awesome. That's awesome. No one visits my corner of the universe. It's all coming together. Just like some old guy, yeah. He's just some Japanese guy. Some old Japanese guy. There's plenty of those in California. Nothing special. Oh, is this Big Mom's theme? Dressrosa. Okay. I think we really are done with the actual space. Other than obviously like the hallways, but that'll be its own day. We'll do that later. Wanna know another fun fact? Always, I love fun and I love facts. I especially love fun fact funds. Fun fact. Fact fun. Funny fact. Factful funny. My two favorite things. Game Dispatch also takes place in my area. Well, I knew that. I knew Dispatch was set in LA. Unless you mean like specifically, what was it, Toledo? Torrance? Like specifically Torrance? They named out my city. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's pretty cool. That's cool. Oh wait, did I? Hold on, where is the? rid of that? No, wait, this is it. There it is. Did I not do it for the bottom? Guess not. Let's fix that. Official logos and maps is part of the game. That is cool. That is cool. Yeah, it'd never be me. I got excited the other day because there was basically a kind of unsolved mysteries YouTube video that was that took place in an area that I knew of and had lived in before. That's the much as I get. I guess the flip side of that is that my family's history is all wrapped up in the Civil War. Kind of cool in its own way. East Coast living. Oh yeah, it's so much better. I was freaking out when I found out they are here in my area because it's not a super well-known place. Well, I imagine that's probably the point. No, obviously no offense. Because it's the Z team, right? It's like the bottom of the barrel, so they're kind of on the outskirts of LA, not LA proper. Oh, I'm in the wrong layer. Studio's based here. Come to find out that's why. Well, that does make sense. Yeah, that is cool. Okay, now I think it's done for real. Probably gonna change the position of that table a little bit. That's alright. Okay. Here, I should probably end stream now since we're at a stopping point. But here, I'll try to, before I go to sleep, I'll, try to trim out the character creation portion of both Pirates Power Holders and Pirates Guide to the Sky. And that should, and I'll message you that. And of course, if you ever want to work more on your character or shoot ideas or whatever, you know how to contact me. So did you make other books that are not based in Sky? So right now, yeah, well, there's a few ways I can answer that. In terms of just D&D stuff,
It's just Pirates and Power Holders and Pirate's Guide to the Sky. So Pirates and Power Holders is the first book, which is a guide to running a One Piece inspired D&D campaign. And that's the whole point of the book. So it has all the races that are in D&D. It has rules for translating magic classes. It kind of sort of has subclasses, but not really. Devil Fruit rules. And really the purpose of crew rules, ship rules, navigation tables, stuff like that. And it was designed as kind of a relatively bare bones book, just to say, like, this is how you make a campaign, and these are some of the resources you need to make it happen. In making Pirate's Guide to the Sky, the main purpose of Pirate's Guide to the Sky is an expansion to the initial book that focuses on the Cloud Sea as a setting, independently. So, of course, I introduced new races, but I also put a lot more effort into, like, this is an expansion to the book that is designed to actually give you more concrete things. So it has races, it has 2.5 new backgrounds, not a lot of new backgrounds. I don't think many new backgrounds are needed. Over 50 items and monsters. So over 50 items and over 50 monsters. I think I remember that correctly. And an adventure. A full adventure. And that's not what your guys are playing. You guys are playing something completely different. A full adventure for level 6 players. Which I'll actually show this off. Because this guy's my favorite. He's my baby boy. And I love him. To find him. There he is. My beautiful baby boy. my gorgeous child. Cracker Jack. Yes, that's his name. That is his name. His name is Mockingbird Cracker Jack. That is his name. Yes, I love him. He's incredible. That is so good. Thank you. This was actually the second one I did. I showed off this one every stream. Well, you've seen it. You've seen the little artwork because you reposted some of my posts on X. Of the Skypean girl in the white dress. She was the first one I did. And she turned out so well that that's what inspired me to just keep going. Does he talk? Yes, he does. I imagine I'm not going to do an impression right now because I'd kill my voice and embarrass myself, but I imagine he sounds like Gilbert Gottfried, specifically Gilbert Gottfried as he voiced Iago in Aladdin. Gilbert Gottfried. And so I said to the guy in the stream. But so other D&D stuff. I have. You may have seen it in character creation. So I did 2 minor expansions to Pirates and Power Holders. One is a Fishman Karate subclass, so a Fishman Karate Monk subclass. And the second one is, it's the Kuja. You can play as Boa Hancock and her entourage. So a new race and a new subclass. I have another subclass that's published on Drive Through RPG. That is Bard subclass, and I have several homebrew subclasses that are not published yet. For one reason or for another. Either because I want to work on them more, or just because I haven't done it yet. But they're more or less done. I even have a class, like a whole new class that's in the works. But it's just not a high priority, so it gets shafted. We have Boa, but no Luffy. Nope. No Luffy. For non-D&D stuff, a while back I finished a collection of short stories that's been published. That is, I think, technically my first published book other than Pirates and Power Holders. But there's another, I've written a full novel. Something like 300,000 words. It was my first piece of fiction that's based on the Fate series. Obviously that's not published because it's fan fiction. It's out there if you can find it. I left it all there, in one place. We need a Wano book? Maybe. It would just be Japan, though. It would just be Japan. They don't even have anything interesting. Not really. Nothing that interests me, at least. All of their animals are just regular animals, but slightly bigger. There are already a bunch of Japanese setting books out there. All their animals are just regular animals, but slightly bigger. Their swords are just like +2 katanas, +2 long swords. There's nothing there that interests me. We can have Godzilla. You cray cray. You cray cray. I do have a dungeon that I made for my actual home game that I use that I might publish. Other than that, we'll see what happens, but I imagine Pirate's Guide to the Sky will probably be the last major expansion. I might do more item books. But there's kind of nothing else. At least nothing else that I find compelling. Boo! What do you mean, boo? More books. We need more. I mean, I'll have homebrew classes that theoretically I'll start publishing more frequently next year. Most of them are done. Some of them I just need to make a cover for. What was I doing? That's what I was doing. Let me look. What do I need to give you? The thing about the Cloud Sea is that it's basically an entirely second setting on top of the One Piece setting, so there's a lot of stuff to work with, and I'm not just gonna do like a book for every island. That's ridiculous. Okay, here we go. Page 47. Page 47 to 75 is what you need. Do Fishman Island then? Maybe. I already have Fishman races though. Hold on, do I have to rent and then download a deep PDF? Yes. There's also Elbaf. That's true, but I actually have some Elbaf content worked into Pirates Guide to the Sky. Because, you know, Jack and the Giant. Like, there's like a giant warrior stat block. Like here. Yeah, it's worked into... I don't want to say so much on stream. I don't want to spoil everything. But, let me find it. Yeah. So it's kind of sort of worked into this a little bit. Oh, I guess we found Luffy, by the way. We found him. He's on Elbaf. That's where he is. It's him! Sun God, yes. Yes, there he is. He's on Elbaf. I left him there in one piece. Yeah, so I have other homebrew classes that I'll publish. Other than that, outside of D&D stuff, I'm currently working on another novel that's making good progress now that I'm not chronically fatigued anymore. So that's exciting. Pirate's Guide to the Sky, and you'll see the difference. Like, if you look at both the PDFs, you'll see the difference, and you'll see how much more effort I've put into Pirate's Guide to the Sky than I did Pirates and Power Holders. And so I will be excited. I will be excited to do 28. Forgot what I was saying. At some point, I'll go back and redo Pirates and Power Holders. I wouldn't change much, but I would add art and things like that. Or you could do Persona DnD. It's funny you mention it. I actually do have drafted rules for a Yu Yu Hakusho role-playing game. It's not D&D, it would be its own thing. Yeah, I got inspired. And, like, I spent, like, 3 hours drafting a rule set. I probably have enough rules that I could arrange a one-shot in, like, if I had, like, a month in advance. But I'd say the difference between what I designed and actual D&D is that what I designed is intended for more of, like, a shorter campaign, whereas this can just go from 1 to 20 and it's not a big deal. Hunter x Hunter. I think the issue with Hunter x Hunter is that the power system is so fluid. I'm not sure I do a Persona D&D. I do have like a, not a draft, like a concept, a work in progress concept for like a Persona adjacent, for like a Persona-like game, but I'm not a programmer, so I can't make that myself. Powers do be busted, yeah. It's like, What? You're gonna tell me that your Nen has the properties of rubber and gum? Don't you think that's a little much? Don't you think that's a little much? But we ball. Yeah. Ah, dang it. Wait, why are these too big? Hold on, these shouldn't be too big. Okay, I'm gonna have to find a way to make this work. Discord makes me angry. Maybe I upload it to Google, upload the PDFs to Google Drive, and then share the Drive link. There. Buy Nitro for $1,000. Yes, my lord. As you wish. Hopefully this should work. Can we do a Sonic D&D? I don't know enough about Sonic to run D&D. I mean, there was that one game where he basically became King Arthur, right? So I think Sonic D&D is just regular D&D, but you're all cartoony animal people. Am I wrong? Okay. New links in Discord. Hopefully those will work. Sonic's XTC. Okay, we're getting too crazy for me. You youngins are using lingo that Old West doesn't understand. Hey, when did this get... When did the... Yeah, I need to fix the formatting on this. I don't know when this is not right. Oh well. Thank you for following, Country Hien. Welcome. Unfortunately, we'll be leaving shortly. I guess I should start trying to find someone to raid. Is anyone streaming anymore? Doesn't look like it. It's too late. Everyone's asleep. Oh, Sonic and DC has a collab right now. Sorry, I'm laughing. This is where my parents... Wait, no, hold on. I got this. This is where my parents died, Knuckles. This is where I watched my parents die, Knuckles. Oh, Lord have mercy. You joke, but Shadow is Batman. This is where I watched Maria die, Sonic. You need to read it, maybe. I'm not sure I have the means. Oh, you slimy rascal. Conspiring to keep me alive. But it's after midnight. I must away. Chopper's bad theme? Yeah. I've listened to too much of the One Piece OC. I can recognize a lot of the tracks pretty easily. Anyway. Enough humble bragging. Double check before. I felt bad earlier because I rated Zerg, but apparently at like the second I rated him, his internet cut out and his stream died. Yeah, no. It's too late. Everyone's sleepy. As am I. But yeah, Ace, if you have questions or ideas or anything, or if you want more resources or ideas for making your character, you can message me anytime. I'm always down to talk D&D. It gets me excited. I love making characters. Shape your raw potential into something. And especially let me know if those stupid links don't work. Because if those PDFs don't work, I'm gonna crash out. I might just have to email it to you directly or something. Hope you mind my crazy ideas. Yeah, you're a lunatic. You're a nut job. Well, that's what I love about you, kid. Links are working so far. Incredible. Epic sauce. We'll work around Discord and their nitro profiteering. Oh, and while I have you hostage, the 11th Sunday afternoon for you, the 11th of January is fine, right? At least as far as you know. Yeah, that's Sunday. Yeah, Sunday, January 11th. Yeah. And I apologize in advance if I seem like a scheduling Nazi, but I've been running D&D for years now, and what I've learned is that you have to be, or it's not gonna happen. That's why I'm very particular about that. But yeah, that works too. Will be after church. Yeah. Because I think that I suggested, what was it, 7 or 8? So that'll be like evening for you. And probably, since it seems like, just based on votes, everyone's schedule is either wide open, and there's one guy that's only available Friday, Sunday evenings. So probably the actual session will also be a Sunday evening in February. which would be interesting because Sunday evening is when I do my normal D&D, so I'll basically be calling off my home game to do that instead, which is really funny to me. I say that, I'll probably try to move it to a Friday or something for them, or Saturday, whatever works. In a session or two, they are going to encounter a literal Sharknado, and I'm not joking. Sharknado is one of the options on the navigation table for the Grand Line. They just entered the Grand Line, and it was a 1% chance. A 1% chance, a 78 on a D100 gets a Sharknado on the navigation table in Pirates and Power Holders. And let me tell you something. I rolled that twice over the course of like 30 rolls. Yeah, they're going to be carrying a Sharknado in the Grand Line. Immediately. So there's gonna be a lot of things for them. Peak! Yeah, it's gonna be great. I'm also excited because one of our player characters is a Skypian herself. And they're going to be encountering eventually, it might not be for a few months, because I don't remember if they're going to arrive at the next island before then or not. It also depends on what they roll, if they screw up navigation or not. But they'll encounter a knock-up stream pretty soon, which will be interesting to see how she reacts to that. But regardless, you sly dog, you got me to talk about D&D. I can talk about D&D forever. And I will talk about D&D until 5 in the morning if I don't hard stop. They need to run into Shanks. Shanks doesn't exist. But they did recently have a run-in with a Shanks-adjacent character who slaughtered them. A late-game swordmaster with insane skill in hockey. Got slaughtered. A Marine Admiral. Basically, you know the scene on Long Ring Longland when Aokiji attacks the crew? Imagine that, but it's Shanks instead, and that's basically what happened. You thought you had me hostage, but joke's on you, Wally. You are me hostage. Wait, no, that's the wrong one. You are me hostage. It would work better if I had the actual, I tried to find a better pirate hat, but I didn't like the one I had, so I got rid of it. And I'm keeping the straw hat for now. I made this beret specifically for use in art streams, and I just keep forgetting I have it and not using it. Oh well. Oh well. It's the longest outro ever. This is a proper southern goodbye. But I'm pulling the plug. You have my you know how to contact me. Both of you. This conversation is not over, but it will be paused, so I can get my snork me. Can we get you as a cameo in the D&D? Yeah, I'm going to cameo as the Dungeon Master. I'm gonna cameo as the Game Master. You rascal. You'll be lucky if you encounter a Sky Knight on the Cloud Sea. I've got plans for you. You're gonna wish Gonfall was there to save you. You've been warned.